Okay. All right, we are live on YouTube. Let me summarize what our plans for the day are. I can even show them on screen. So, the other day, we got the staging environment fully set up. We need to do some more testing with it and make sure things are actually working right. We need to completely move off of render because we're using Cloudflare pages now. From there, got to make sure that all of the OAuth config is working, right? Because I don't think any of the staging redirect URLs are set up on any of those providers. So we got to go do that part. And if we have time, we will switch to SendGrid instead of Resend. I'm wondering if we actually keep Resend for staging and we use SendGrid for production. And we keep using Resend for local dev too. I kind of like the idea of that. Because then some, like, you know, dev experience doesn't completely take down email sending, for rate limiting or whatever, right? Like we get some loop. So I'm thinking, yeah, this is our plan. All right. So yeah, we got music. I am going to turn up the fan a little bit. It was a little chilly this morning, but it is warm now. All right. So let's comment that for now. And yeah, if we look at the order in which these things happen, or need to happen, and honestly, that. Okay. So I think, yeah, this is the plan. And how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? And what's that, bedtime bear? How you doing? What is Orchid? I've never even heard of Orchid. Anyone ever seen this? But yeah, doing some work? Hell yeah. And yeah, I need to send you that video. I haven't even looked at it to see if it's any good. But yeah, golfing was fun yesterday. I had a blast. Oh, interesting. Sure. Yeah, works for me. Interesting. Yeah, hadn't even heard of that. But yeah, we go to developer settings. Um, except we don't have login with GitHub. Yeah, wrong app. What was I thinking? What all can we log in with? I forget now. Microsoft, Google, and what? Wait, no, it does look like we have a GitHub ID. All right, so hold on. Let me do this. Away. And four wheel. Oh, you've done it. Okay, so you've done it to log into mainly medical sites. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because like they were making it seem like it was for like research papers. Um, yeah, this is what I was doing. It's open source. Like the whole Orchid thing, like the protocol, or like what do you mean by that? I'm curious. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. When we have this thing set up, it's constantly redirecting us there. All right, so I do kind of need to figure this out. Wish there was like a quick and easy, just like disable this temporarily. I think that would be cool. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. It's fine. We can just look at it locally. We do need to get the server up and running again. And yeah, what's the domain this is on? Oh, and it's 5173, not 3000. So yeah, Gouda is the one that we're on. Oh, that's interesting. Process.env is not defined? Well, wait a minute. How's that happening? Right, because we're in Vite, it's import.meta. Yeah, it's not process. Yep, that's right. All right, so as we look at the list, Google, Microsoft, and GitHub. Okay. Where on GitHub is that application? I think it's in the org. It is. Okay. So there's Messijo dev, and then there's Messijo. And the reason we have this is because, yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. So then this is actually Gouda dot ngrok dot io. I think it's dot app, right? Yeah. So that's the dev version. So then we go back to OAuth apps. Let me get more music going. I think they're going to show a secret. Okay, no, I still have to click generate. All right, so let me do this part then. Whoops, wrong one. All right, I need to update that over in Server Pro. Okay. So yeah, Messijo staging. And that one looks good. All right. So then I can switch back to here. Okay, so looking through our list, right? We did GitHub just now. We need to do Microsoft and Google. Ooh, and I forget. Where in Google is that? Okay, so it's got me logged in. And it looks like these are for me. Yeah, yeah. So none of those are right either. Did I use a different browser? And wait, what was the comment? Elixir, more like epic language you know nothing about. It's just a language. Ads should be over. So then Google Cloud is best of all three? I don't know. I think having those arguments doesn't matter. There are certain things that they do better, certain things they do worse. That kind of X versus Y doesn't help. Okay, it was a different browser I was using. Okay, so Google actually pulled some weirdness on us. The account was flagged for reasons I'm not really sure about. Did I possibly miss an email to it from Google? They mentioned back like on the 4th. Yeah, I never got a single message from Google about it either. Azure though. Wait, maybe not. What? Okay, so they're gonna send a code so I can log in. All right, I can pull this out. Okay, so the Microsoft one seems to be okay. All right, so we see client secrets there. It Where do we do the Ah, okay, so these are the redirect URIs. Got it. Okay, so we can reuse all of this. Can I not edit? Oh, okay. Yeah. Here's how we can edit. And it's a little small. Let me zoom in a bit. And then we add another here that is app.staging.messijo. Okay, so we actually use the same credentials for staging and production because they allow us to use the same app. So Microsoft is checked off. So done would be GitHub. In fact, we can do this. Right, we still need to do Google. We still need to do Slack. And this song's just a bunch of noise. Let's skip it. All right, so then, yeah, let's go to Slack. This is our Slack here, but then what about the developer portal? All right, so yeah, client ID, secret. Yeah, signing secret is what we're using instead of that verification token. No, that's not what I meant. Okay, so that's just for like the testing environment. So that's not the same thing. Redirect URIs. This is what we were looking for. All right, the scopes we keep. Making sure music's going to stay going. Okay. So wait, can I not change the name of it? Ah. All right. Where do I have this URL? We should actually configure that on all these other providers too. Yeah, sure. We'll call that good. Actually, hold on. Could I do an SVG? Nope. Yeah, we'll call that good. Oh, can't be empty here. So the short description is, um, get notified when your chosen keywords are mentioned on Blue Sky and more. Oh, and this can't be empty. All right, so then let's refresh. And yeah, how you doing, Jarrell? And so yeah, sorry for yeah, Tower Strike. Didn't mean to ignore you. You're going with home servers and Hetzner for the front edge. Yeah, I typically don't recommend home servers, but you can do whatever you want. All right, so the Slack app is good. Yeah, I'm gonna be really bummed if I can't do the Google thing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the GPU stuff. Sure, I could see that. Yeah, I would just simply say, make sure that your service degrades gracefully if those things aren't available. And hey, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over on YouTube? Sorry, that was a bit ago. My bad. Just noticed it. Yeah, I mean, it's less about that, right? Like, it's not the bandwidth. It's just, I don't know, what power redundancies do you have and all that stuff, right? I think that's way more important. You know? Like, even with a business fiber, you're going to have downtime. What happens, right? You're going to have more downtime there than you're going to have in a cloud provider for sure. Like, sure, AWS goes down every once in a while, but not as bad as anything happening residentially. Yeah, right? So, I don't know, just like hard drive could crap out anywhere, right? Power could theoretically go out at these big data centers too, but they have enough like backups and generators and things like that, power going out isn't a concern, right? Do you have a good generator setup? That would help. But again, it's the amount of like allowed downtime for a business fiber line is way higher than you would expect from any cloud provider that you actually care about using. Right? Like, how many nines of uptime do they guarantee in the business fiber contract, right? So I'm just saying, like, be prepared for that. And if you're thinking about it or planning it, cool. Go for it. Okay, so did that part. Let me do something else. 1 sec.
Talk to the hand.
So yeah, I've got these client secrets, client secret IDs, Twitter one, Slackbot stays. Yeah, Stripe, that's a separate thing. So I'm just looking at all the other keys that I have just to make sure things look right. Yeah, that seems fine to me. Okay, so yes, I can show this stuff. And yeah, let me double check. After having run a home lab for many years, anything and everything you can think of happening will happen. Power outages, internet downtime, UPS failures. Yep. And you don't really notice those things until you rely on them not to happen. Yep. Yeah, and again, this isn't like a how dare you. This is more just like be aware of it, and if you plan around it properly, you can totally still do it. But, you know, how are your users going to recognize that something's not right? And what can they do about it? And all that kind of jazz. This glass is really fuzzy. Hold on. Like, look at how gross that is. That's how much calcium is in my water. Like, really hard water in this house. So, BRB, let me go grab another glass. Okay, and I'm back. Yeah. For personal or even just like bootstrapping, but you know, just when you are bootstrapping, make sure your users have some kind of recourse. And really, like, that should happen even if the cloud providers go down. So, yeah. I don't have anything that necessarily would help the user in that case for this app. So I got to figure that out. Let me get more music going. Okay, so then back to what we're doing here. So I would say Slack is done. Frappuccino addict? Frappuccino anon? Okay. What is the Saul Midnight a reference to? Oh, is it? Oh, that's a cool name. Huh. Is that like your name from birth? Like, is your family name actually Midnight? Or is it a pseudonym? Pseudonyms are fine. I'm just curious, like, man, that'd be such a badass name to have. Like, is that if that's really your name, that's awesome actually. Okay. Lavender pumps in your frappuccinos? Oh, geez. Yeah, y'all are getting real tech with it. Hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing over on YouTube? So you got that from your wife not being a tech bro. It just so happened to align. Yeah, I don't know anything about. Are frappuccinos big with tech bros? I didn't even know. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, right? Orange mocha frappuccinos. Do the jitterbug. Yeah, exactly. All right, so you've never seen Zoolander? First one's good. I didn't even enjoy the second one long enough to finish it. If it comes out on Tubi, I'll watch it. Yeah, so let's get SendGrid working. All right, so let's do some of this real quick. Give me a second. Really, Derek? She just said so. I like the fact that that was improvised, too, when he repeats it. That part's good. Okay, so now they're sending me an email. Let me fill that out. All right, email address verified. Um, and 1Password can do like authentication app stuff too, right? Oh, hold on, I need to get the business phone number. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, 1 second. I missed that. So send emails from domain. Would I like to brand the link? Advanced settings. I think that all looks good. Just want to make sure they're not going to leak anything on me. Okay.
What does it do?
Yeah, so I can show this now.
Nothing.
Oh, I'm going to have to do this again because I got to log into Cloudflare, maybe. And hey, what's up, Cotter? Hmm. Yep, it's now two-factor auth. Okay, and then I can show this stuff. Oh shit, no I can't. Hold on. Thing I gotta hide. Okay, password manager, there we go. Yeah, we're good now. And then yeah, let me catch up on some chat I might have missed. Alright, so Tommy. You're asking a JavaScript question. Involves real sounds. I'm not sure what you mean. What is the actual problem? All right, and then... Oh, and Jarrell, what was your question? Random email thought. Is there a good library plugin that you can use for free to visualize email clients? Ah, I see what you're talking about, Jarrell. Yeah, I don't know about MailPit. Let me double check that because I'm not aware of it. Yeah, I would say the modern web interface here is not it. Like, no, you need to actually just test them in places like Outlook. So yeah, Litmus is probably like the website for checking all that stuff. I'm not sure what their pricing is though. Yeah, they are pretty spendy. Yeah, in general, if you want to preview what it's going to look like in Outlook, you get that version of Outlook. There's really no shortcut for that. But yeah, Mail Pit and Mail Hog are at least things that you can do for other kinds of like testing and whatever. Mail Pit, let's look at their source code. Wow, yeah, they have a release just from 9 hours ago. Yeah, Mail Pit looks better than Mail Hog at this point, even though GitHub's not resolving their data. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Mail Pit looks good. Yeah, good find. But yeah, for visualizing, I think you still need to. Yeah, I think you just need to use the things. Okay, so you're trying to add sounds from online sources. Yeah, so Tommy, I don't think any of that stuff is really for that, right? Like for online sources, you typically need to use something that they provide, which would be like an iframe or some embed URL. If you're trying to play like WAV or MP3 files, you just use the audio element. And you can use things like Tone or Howler to manage those. But if it's from some third-party service, you have to use the way that they expose that service. There may be workarounds, but that's not the intended purpose, and it probably even goes against their EULA to use it in another way. Right? The EULA. Exactly. So the audio element is the most basic way of playing audio on the internet. Anything beyond that, you probably want to use a library. I would point out that I don't think there's a lot of value to spending a lot of time on that. Like Tommy, if you're trying to be employable, audio-based applications on the web are extremely rare. You know, it's not going to be the kind of work that you typically work on as a web dev. Focus on things that are more common, such as good authentication and email sending and, you know, some of that BS, stuff that every application has to do. I think you're getting too stuck into a niche that isn't going to make you a better dev as far as like employability works. Yeah, Renegade, like I get that. I actually hate that LinkedIn does that. I just keep hearing these beeps randomly throughout the day. So yeah, in general, users fucking hate sound effects. Like, most applications do not need them. But yeah, Tommy, like if you're trying to be employable, build applications that you would end up building at a company. That's just basic create, read, update, delete, permissions, and auth stuff. And that's it, right? Get really good at those things before you start digging into fancy bells and whistles like audio. If you just want to do it for fun, go for it. Like, but I don't know, man. If you don't have a job as a dev, you should be focusing on things that will get you a job as a dev. Right? Once you have a job as a dev, then yeah, do whatever the hell you want. Business-minded co-founder. Yeah, I mean, you could even just ask ChatGPT, like a good custom GPT would be good. Right? Overly critical co-founder GPT. All right, and then the other thing someone mentioned was male dev. Oh, Jay, you said that over on YouTube. Yeah, male dev for testing locally. It's been a little while since they've had an update, it looks like, which isn't the end of the world. Oh, I recognize this dude, though. Yeah, this is the dude from, is it Buffer? It is Buffer. Maybe that's not the dude. It does look like him. Oh, Ingest. Ingest is what I was thinking of. So, former CTO at Buffer. And this is like this Buffer. Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was that dude. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, this guy's great. Yeah, Ingest. Ingest is awesome. Yeah, I met this dude in person at SquiggleConf last year. Yeah, male dev seems great. But still, like, you're not going to visualize what an email looks like inside of Outlook unless you use Outlook, because Outlook's just the worst. Ooh, damn, hold on, wait. Has anyone seen this? This is kind of genius. Yeah, see, like, I don't need some big humanoid robot, right? I just need, like, smart arms in the right places, right? So, yeah, get this, like, Lume set of, like, robot arms. I'm not sure I like them on my bed. But I could see them being, like, somewhere else. And, you know, like, I don't want to be in a place where they do their pincery, like, stabby thing, right? Like, hold on. I don't necessarily want to be sleeping in a place where these things could short circuit or something, right? But I could easily put this in some other room where they're set up and they do like the folding BS, right? Like, I could happily do that. Right? Like, they're so unassuming too. But this is exactly what these like robots should be doing for us, right? Like, you know, and it doesn't need to be this like humanoid looking thing. No, just give me arms like this. Give me arms like this by my fucking sink. So it can do my dishes for me. That'd be amazing. It does look a little Doc Ock. Yeah, a little bit. Which is why I don't necessarily want it next to my bed. Right? One lightning strike and these things are fused to your back. Yeah, dishwasher with built-in arms? That'd be amazing. That'd be cool. So yeah, right? Like, dude, this is a step in the right direction for sure. Like, I don't want to fold my laundry. I will point out that this looks AI generated. This looks very AI generated. Like, the fabric doesn't move right. And the shadows and shit. Yeah, this is just a pre-rendering. So we'll see what the eventual real product looks like. It's, yeah, they basically, like, down below, they've got just a buy.stripe.com link. Yeah, it's just a pre-order right now. I mean, they're doing some like fades between these things, but I really feel like those fades are just masking the fact that these were generated as separate clips. Right? Like just the way this thing like moves, that purple. It's just not real. It's not right. Like that, the way it shifted. Like, yeah. All of this is just like, what is it? What's the name of like Gemini's video thing? Right? This is definitely just that stuff. Oh, someone else did the shout out. So yeah, what you up to, Mr. Glocks? Yeah, exactly, lithium. I do not want to sleep next to this thing. I would put it anywhere else other than right next to my bed. But I still think it's kind of cool. You know, it's vaporware until you can actually see one working and not just some BS AI generated video. But still cool. I like the idea. But yeah, hold on. What was the automatic dishwasher thing you're talking about? Copy link. Yeah, I could be into this. This also feels AI generated, but whatever. Yeah, I'd be okay with this. I want it to actually wash the dishes, not just throw them into the dishwasher. But yeah, I could be into something like that. Um, yeah, give me a sec. Hold on. I definitely remember you a bit. What did we say about Astro? Oh, yeah. You were considering using it. Yep. Little scared about the not React syntax? Well, have you given it a shot yet? Because, yeah, you can use React syntax. And I think we went over that last time, too. So, definitely give Astro a shot. And yeah, where does the automation end? I don't know, Figuera. Not sure. What were you up to on your stream today, Mr. Lux? It looks like you were having a party. Something crashed on your PC. I don't know. I can't speak French. Oh, and hold on. Sorry. No, you're good. So yeah, how bad was my translation of your title? How close was I? So yeah, you made your app, showcase website made with Astro. With a Directus backend. Okay. You indeed cooked. Hold on. Let me double check. Yeah, I want a few robots to clean the apartment, do the dishes. Like, yeah, exactly. Do the BS. Yeah, that sounds great. But yeah, indeed cooked. Yep. I'm sure I'm messing up a bit of the website with the way I have it zoomed in. It actually kind of, I don't know, it's not as bad as I thought. But yeah, one thing you might consider is that like the logo here really blends into this section here. I don't know, I almost feel like a drop shadow or something, or I don't know. There's something a little off about just this overlap here. And like when it gets to there. But I don't know. Totally up to you. You do whatever you want. That's just something that stood out to me, and I wanted to see if it was just on my end because I'm zoomed in too much or what. We do want to have English only, please, Mr. Glocks. If I don't understand it, we can't really have it here. And yeah, Cotter, same thing. So yeah, that was our mod debated you. But yeah, we gotta have English only here. Yeah, if I don't understand it, I can't have it on my overlay. Yeah, I don't like that. That bums me out. I don't want some weird secret chat in my streams. So now I'm double checking what was said. Okay, working on an app for that. Okay. And then what was the last bit? Something about a newsletter. Don't hesitate to subscribe to the newsletter. Okay, gotcha. That's fine. All right, so Adonis for your back end, TanStack start. So far, so good. For like the application part of things. Okay. Yeah, isn't TanStack Start one of those like server rendered frameworks? Like for your app, you have to be logged in anyway, right? So do you need server-side rendering? Probably not. You could probably just get away with TanStack Router instead of TanStack Start. Well, I guess, do you need server-side rendering? Like, do you need SEO? I feel like for the app, if you're like trying to get cooks in your kitchen, you want the users to be logged in, but you may have some pages that are public. So I could see those public pages being important. So I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Let's do this though. Yeah. All right. So for everyone joining from the raid, let me at least let you know what we're up to. We have this application we're building called Messijo, so you can get notified when certain keywords are mentioned on Blue Sky and eventually other platforms. We are releasing this out. We have the staging environment set up at the moment, and we need to get the production environment set up. Part of that production deploy is switching from resend to SendGrid. Because resend has a ridiculously low number of emails that you can send per second. Whereas SendGrid has a really reasonable rate limiting scheme. So I am in the moment of signing up for SendGrid and then fixing a bunch of stuff. Okay, so hold on. You're exhausted by Next. You've heard this by several. Feel burnout with Next when it's overkill for different kinds of apps. Yeah, in general, like, if you don't need server-side rendering, you shouldn't be dealing with the constraints of it, right? Like the hydration errors and all that BS. In my opinion, it's really rare that you need problems that Next.js is built for. Or it's rare you need to solve those problems, but, you know. Take it easy, Cryptic. This isn't even Firefox. Server components is too magical. Loaders actions are good. And I understand that. I just think applications aren't actually great for the loader action thing. Right? Like the loader action stuff is actually made way more for things where you need progressive enhancement because you still need the application to work without JavaScript in the 3% of cases where the JavaScript failed to load. But if you have a dashboard application, you don't care about any of that, right? The user has to be logged in. User has to do all these things. At that point, I think, yeah, loaders actions are a really bad pattern for dashboard applications. because you typically have so many different actions on those pages that it's just a bad pattern, right? I don't think Remix is even a good fit for dashboard applications. And I think you'll figure that out when you start building out some of these dashboards that have like a table like this, and you have maybe a bunch of actions you can take. This only has the one per one of these things, but I don't know, like there's a whole bunch of like extra stuff here. Could you imagine how many loaders we would have on this page? The loaders would be somewhat minimal, but the actions that you can take, a lot more effort. So Jay, no, we're going to be paying for SendGrid. So we're going to be not dealing with the 100 email per day thing at all. No, I don't use Chrome groups. Yeah, no, we're going to end up paying for SendGrid because that's just what we have to do. Right, so 100 emails per day on the free tier, but then once we bump up to here, and I forgot this is another one of the costs that we're going to have to deal with, then it's actually kind of reasonable. So yeah, let me add that to our pricing. All right, so at this point, yeah, our app is at a break even at around $41 a month. So we'll have to bring in at least 4 users that are on the paid tier, right? At like the cheapest paid tier. That's doable. I think we could totally make this happen. But yeah, like the SendGrid pricing, it's going to be a bit much, but we kind of just have to do it. And then Jay, heard about inbound and outbound benefit in SendGrid? I'm not sure about that part, Jay. Not sure. And then hold on. What'd you say, Noodle? I mean, Noodle, if you have a question, ask the question. Like, why ask to ask the question? Just ask it, man. But yeah, the fact that you're just out because we didn't respond to that, I'm not sure I want to acknowledge you as a viewer anyway. Seems very drive-by like. All right, so with GraphQL TRPC, for example, to get only what you need, but yeah, thanks for the opinion. Yeah, I mean, GraphQL has its own major problems with hosting and performance. TRPC, that's not necessarily what TRPC is for. Like, sure, it's I guess you can get only what you need over the wire. For a dashboard application, how often do you really care about that, though? Like, it's just not a big deal. All right, so let's keep doing these. We got another C name to do. And they do a lot of C names for SendGrid. Ooh, this is actually kind of nice. Yeah, so we might not be able to do like a split of resend for one and SendGrid for the other. I don't know. I'll have to look at that more. But that was the wrong thing to copy. Ooh, GitHub's having issues right now? Oh, really? Not just GitHub. No, looks like maybe an AWS thing. Netflix's was a little bit ago. I would expect Netflix to be multi-cloud. Yeah, no. Oh, that's a good point. So what would be another like Azure-based outage? I think we saw Xbox was having issues. Yeah, what's like another thing that we know would be on Azure? Azure seems to be having some issues recently. They don't seem to be that bad, though. Yeah, it might just be localized to GitHub. Hey, what's up there? Booty, what you up to? You're in a meeting and running navigational errors and then the unicorn of death. Brutal. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, gnarly. All right, so we did S1. Now we need S2 here. Hey, what's up, Ethan? Yeah, how you doing? All right, so we do that, and then the demarc looks the same. Let's look at this real quick. Yeah, Tommy, I mean, you can do whatever you want, man. Build the app the way you want or don't. We gave you the info you needed. But when building an application, focus on the minimum viable product. Will your app work without audio? Then build the application that doesn't need the audio. It's up to you, though. Like, I don't know, man. You know what? Do whatever you want. You'll learn about what building an MVP actually means whenever you decide to put in that effort. Maybe you need to have a couple apps with scope creep before you figure out what you want. No, Rust doesn't encourage scope creep. No, I disagree with that statement entirely. No, Rust does not encourage scope creep at all. That's not a thing languages do. The language doesn't care about the application you're building. I mean, it's up to you, Tommy. Do whatever you want, man. All right, so yeah, we're going to sign up for this, so give me a second.
Give him an enema.
I don't want to do marketing campaigns. So that's not a thing. I need to go log into Mercury over here. Give me just a second. Just want to make sure I'm using the right one here. Okay, cool. So yes, it is that. It's up to you, right? Do whatever you want. The thing I'll just say is you need to build a bunch of things. The more you add to this one thing, the more you're getting in the way of building a bunch of things. You need to build enough applications that some of the stuff like auth is second nature. The longer you spend on one project, the longer you have to wait to work on the next one. Don't worry about making this the perfect application for whatever, right? Your first applications are going to be bad. Get as many of them out of the way as possible. Yeah, everyone's first apps suck. Like, that's fine. Okay, so I can show this for the moment. Good luck, Tower Strike, but I don't know. Using those kinds of anecdotes don't help people that are out here asking for help, right? If they're asking for help, they are not the exception to the rule. Too often, it was in reference to the fact that Tommy here is asking for help, and that is the entire context of what we're talking about with any of this stuff. Right? Too often, we get people projecting or just, you know, trying to speak out against just a general guideline. If they are the exception to the rule, they wouldn't be asking here, right? So, yes, you and your first app might be fine and maybe you sold it and whatever. That's not Tommy, right? Don't project that path onto them. If they're here asking, they're not the exception. The exception doesn't ask in a random Twitch chat. They just do. Yeah, but like we get people in here all the time like, what language should I learn? And then you got some neckbeards like, I think you should learn Python or C or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you are not using any empathy in making those recommendations. Oh, it worked for you? Yeah, cool. You're the exception then. Right? No, and I get that, Tower Strike, but it's just something we see all too common. When beginners are asking questions like that, you get people who are no longer beginners and maybe weren't even that same type of beginner in the first place to then chime in with whatever. And it's like, well, I started with C. Good for you. Like, that's not the case we're talking about. The kind of person who's asking what language they should learn is not the kind of person that should start with C. Like, I believe that's just a universal truth. But yeah, we get a lot of that in here. Exactly, right? In general, they should have a healthier dose of imposter syndrome, right? All right, so we'll create a sender identity. Yep. But yeah, the people who don't exhibit imposter syndrome, most of the time probably should. That's what I'm getting at. All right, so I need to do this part. I don't know. We'll just give me a sec on that. I need to get the address back. Yep. And honestly, this address is fully public. It's the one that the business is registered with, but I don't know. Why tempt fate? What's up, Omni? How you doing? Was it Opti I'm thinking of? Damn it. Yeah. There's someone we know from streams, like Primes and this one and a bunch of others that I hung out with at TwitchCon last year, and I'm spacing on what their stream name is. I don't think it was Opti. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a good event. Like, it's really just about the hangout. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry about that. Okay. And yeah, they're going to leak that address, but I think it's fine. Okay. So we've got a sender. All right, let me switch back to here. So you're pretty good. Started getting a little delirious or something from staring at the same bug for 8 hours on stream. Gotcha. I get it, Tower Strike. Yeah, that's a bummer. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, unless you wanted to, like, dox what it was. Like, what the issue is. We could, I don't know, maybe have a conversation about that, but if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I get it. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, we know someone who deals with that, who has been pretty open about it as well. But they work as a dev and they make it work. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, not everyone's the same, so I understand that, but there are people that make it work. And they're pretty public about it too. Um, there you go. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Brainless. Okay. Well, all right. Yeah, I didn't know that about you. Um, Crutchcorn is pretty open about that stuff too. Right? So yeah, like, dude, Crutchcorn, VP of Software Engineering, like, very, very, very smart dude. Interesting. Okay. But yes, he is one of the people that will tell you, like, he needs his medication. So yeah, I think you got it if you really, like, focus. Yeah. We did that episode of the podcast. Yep. And yeah, he's pretty open about talking about that stuff. I was like debating if I should mention him by name, but he's been pretty open about that here in chat before. And even on his own streams. He was not a VP of engineering at the time. Yep. Now, this happened maybe like a month after our interview. Yeah, no, he kills it. He's really good at what he does. Oh, I'm gonna have to reach out to him to see if I can get listed in his his podcast list. I mean, it's good. We never like fully finished it just because I think monetizing it was going to be tough. Oh wait, was software as a team sport in there? Did I just miss it? Is my brain that fried? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I was looking for it at the start because most of the others have like the name of the thing, but yeah, I think he just copied it from uh like the title that we had on YouTube. All right, so back to what we're thinking about here. Sorry, I got distracted. All right, so yeah, that part we'll leave. What we need to do is start thinking about the back end and how we wire up to SendGrid. Technically, That should be pretty easy. Right, so mailer here. We're using swoosh. I'm wondering if this is up in config. Oh, and we do see resend.swoosh.adapter. Did I create that too? I don't think I did. Let me double check where that's coming from. Oh, that's part of just their source code in the library. So I should be able to configure that separately. So this has got to be over in runtime then. All right, so we see Messijo mailer resend API key. So then, yeah, what we want to do is just find the send grid, swoosh adapter. All right. So yeah, we'll call that good. so instead of SMTP, we are .sendGrid. All right, so then, yeah, compress true. And yeah, SendGrid API key. Perfect. Okay, so then... All right, so then, yeah, let me do this. I need to create the API key. Yeah, all right, so this API key is just able to send emails. The name of this key is... Messijo? All right. All right, so I edited it there. And And yeah, switching to SendGrid is actually just that easy. I'm pretty sure. So I've got it copied and saved, which means I've got it somewhere I can copy and paste from. All right, they don't show you the key, but we could delete it if we care. All right, so then if I just go to dashboard. All right, so now, yeah, I should be able to show all this. And what's up, Hunar? Yeah, how you doing? No, I'm not gonna show the key. And ooh, damn, that's the first time I've seen Nightbot be that aggressive over on YouTube. We did just have Nightbot just now join, though. But yeah, I guess I didn't realize that was a thing Nightbot did. Hunar, are you still able to type? Like, they didn't block you or anything, did they? Okay, there you go. Yeah, so I guess be careful with excessive caps over on YouTube. I know. And Hunar, you haven't used Twilio in a minute? Oh, and Hunar, you're saying only if we let the bots. Yeah, maybe. So Hunar, resend is more convenient? Yeah, but they have a limit of like 3 emails per second or something like that. Which is ridiculous. Send grids is like 10,000 per second or something like that. No, 2 per second by default. That's kind of crazy. Meanwhile, if you're using Twilio... Hold on, do they not list the number here? Here you go. Yeah, the V3 mail send endpoint, which is used for sending emails, has a significantly higher rate limit of up to 10,000 requests per second. That's insane. So yeah, just, it's hard to beat that. It's really, really hard to beat that. What do you mean by that, ACM? Are you saying what service am I using? We're switching to SendGrid. Like, that's the process we're on right now, ACM. Like... So yeah, we need to spin up another prod environment. Or another environment and call it prod. Yeah, I think Stripe prod access is probably something we need to do too. Oh, they are going to make me sign in again? Toasty! So let me see what getting a live account entails real quick. Nothing's easy. No, I don't know. That's up to you. What is the industry? Software. Business website. Sorry, I can show my screen here in a minute. So, here's the question. Let me just ask this elsewhere. When signing up for Stripe, should Stripe Live Access, do I need to use my, or should I sign up using my holding company or the product that will be using Stripe? Okay, so if you have multiple businesses operating under different legal entities, you'll need separate Stripe accounts for each. Because it's technically the same legal entity. Yeah, we can just spin out Messijo as its own thing eventually anyway. Let me go back to the Stripe dashboard. It's technically just the one company, but it owns like the products. Wow, this song is super crunchy. It's a little too crunchy. And what up, Leaperon? Yeah, so basically, Whirligig Labs is the company, right? That is the business. But then there are products that I want to launch. And very similarly, like, you know, GetKraken.com is actually operating as Axosoft LLC still, right? So it's GetKraken right? Axosoft LLC doing business as GetKraken, right? And theoretically, the business could spin up entirely separate products. I don't think it's something that they're planning, right? But theoretically, Axosoft could still operate other products like glow boards or whatever they were, right? Like Axosoft used to be like a product or a project management tool, right? And GetKraken was spun up within Axosoft as like its own new product, right? So yeah, businesses do that all the time. Angel Tech, you plan on operating under different names for different potential products. Yeah, but it's like doing business as. It's still like the same LLC. But yeah, like for signing up with Stripe, like look at it this way. Theo is running T3 chat, right? I guess they don't really have a good way of demonstrating or showing this stuff. Right? Like he doesn't even bother with like a copyright in the bottom. But my guess would be that T3 chat is still just a product operating under ping. But maybe not. Like, what if I go to pay for it? Let me just double check one thing. So, yeah, what we do see is that, right, like T3 chat is still the product within Stripe. So let me think about this. All right. Right, and I can have separate accounts. Okay. So now I gotta log into Fastmail. Wait, they want to verify it again? Wait, what the hell? Ah, okay, so now they sent one here. Okay, but now I need to do this. Yeah, so I got a bunch of password stuff that I can't show at the moment. Sorry, everyone. Ooh, and this is one hell of a password. Okay, so then this is that. This. Okay. I need to edit it here. Close that. Cool. All right, so I got that changed over. Me close Fastmail again. All right, so we're back to the Whirligig Labs sandbox. I still need to do this. Hold on. Damn it. So I'm going to close that. So then, yes, get my live account. Yeah, it blocked that word. Okay. So yeah, I was hoping to maybe just do all this Stripe stuff off stream, but it's just what we gotta do. God, and I'm forgetting this part now. Oh, it's on here. Okay, so then, yep, Mercury. Let's figure this part out. Um, all right, routing number. Oh, that is a long number there. Okay, setting an account for payouts. We're gonna use an authenticator app here. Authenticator app added. Tax calculation. Electronically supplied services. Sure. I think that works. What is a tax registration? So hold on, wait. So they're trying to tell me how to set up tax. I think the rest looks good. Oh, they marked this step complete after the first tax calculation. Perfect. Okay. So then that part's good. Okay.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper to?
So we got Whirligig Labs set up. What I think I want to do is, if they're gonna do any crazy like verification steps at the stripe level, what I need to do then is hold on, let me think about this. So I need to create products for Whirligig Labs, right? Because we only have those over on the Messijo account, which was just like a testing account. Oh, and hold on. Wait a minute. Did I just see something over on YouTube? New members? Someone on YouTube actually subscribed? Oh, I appreciate you. Who was that? It doesn't tell me. Who's paying for a YouTube membership? Kaiju, use whatever you want, right? Who cares what I think? There are definitely technical reasons to prefer one or the other. I'm not here to sell you on it. I don't care. Use whatever you want. But we do not get into X versus Y conversations here in chat. They're just not productive. They're not fun. I've streamed way too much and too long to put up with any of that shit. And that's fine. You have this entire thing called the internet at your disposal. If you want a quick overview, you can watch this documentary. It doesn't really get into any of the technicals about how the language works, though. All right, so yeah, I want to pivot to maybe adding a blog post about Messijo on the Whirligig Labs website. So let's launch up the Whirligig Labs site. And my favorite part when using Astro, type in that 4321. Because I did that. Except, hold on, is the server not running? Wait, why is this Astro site really that old? Damn. All right, so hold on. Yeah, so this is old school. Damn, yeah, dude. This site's on version 1.9.2 of Astro. Whoa. Like, whoa. And we're going to upgrade because I don't think it's that tough to do an upgrade. Like, they really don't break that much. Yeah, we're a little bit behind. So 4.3.1. Why did I do Astro Solid? 5.1.0 though. 6.0.2. Five dot 12.4. 1.9.6. Yeah, we're gonna upgrade all this, and it's probably gonna break everything. It's probably gonna be Tailwind V4. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I can't grow a beard. Yeah, it only grows right here, here, and here. I don't touch my cheeks. So yeah, not possible. I can get some fake beards. That could work. All right, so yeah, looking at it, things seem about right, except for maybe that image for the logo. Let me get more music going, though. And what is the URL they're trying to put there? Oh, God. Oh, God. Is that Astro Image just blowing it? Yeah, we see the logo component. Oh, did my camera overheat? My camera did overheat. Give me a second. Damn. I didn't think it was that warm today. Yeah, it is that warm. It's 29 degrees Celsius in this room. Let me reset the camera. All right, there we go. All right, got to start the song from scratch. Bummer. It's a good one, so it's fine. Oop. All right, so yeah, Whirligig Labs. All right, so then this. Publish date. We'll say today. All right, and then Messijo.com. Yeah, so I need to shorten that a bit. Okay, launching. Messijo.md. All right. All right. So yeah, let's hack out a blog post here. The goal was to build out something small in scope that helps us dog food Walter, another project we were working on and probably going to rebrand at some point. Messijo has grown into more than just a proof of concept. And is something that we think brands across the world will find value in. Current state. Yeah, and we don't need to make this like too crazy of a blog post. We just need to have something there. Is that a 3-star? All right, so yeah, Messijo, current state. That's a bit of an exaggeration. The MVP is available today and focuses on blue sky for the moment. Right, so yeah, we're not doing that. We're just email and Slack. Oh. And what's up, program? How you doing? So yeah, plans for the future. All right, we're currently planning to add lobster, Hacker News, and Reddit. API scraping, probably AI related. Oh, interesting. So that's what they're blaming the issues on right now? I find that strange that, like, that should be all, like, read data, but, you know, issues, API requests, and pull requests probably shouldn't. Like, I don't know, I feel like they would be separate systems at a company this big. But maybe not. At least actions are still running. Everything else seems to be working. Yeah, it's just API requests, PRs, and issues, and then the Git operations. What is GitHub Spark? Is that their, like, new editor thing? An AI app builder, of course. Okay. Your platform as a service pulls from the GitHub registry, and that's failing? Really? I feel like that would be in, like, packages or whatever, but no, it's probably a separate thing. Yeah, I feel like that's another thing that's going to need to, like, really change at some big organizations. They're going to need to, like, spread the load between, like, different registries. Like, when one registry's down, you got to try others. So yeah, Docker, GitHub, Azure DevOps, they all have registries where you can push up artifacts like images, right? Like Docker containers or images or whatever. But yeah, a lot of organizations don't actually spread that load properly. I find that interesting. But yeah, like, dude, every company is building their own, like, AI platform builder. Right? Yeah. Yeah, when everyone was building, like, WYSIWYGs. Oh yeah, if I want to get VC funding, I have to pivot to AI. That's all there is to it. No, because they're just going to use AI to fill the bugs, right? Like the T app. Yeah, that's a little tougher. But theoretically, you know, AI can fix that too, right? AI can do anything. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, use AI to just close the bugs. You don't even have to fix them. Yeah, totally. Wait, it's all bugs? Always was. Yeah, totally. One department at your job announced they're going to pivot to build this entire rewrite using AI and that they'll have it out 4 times as fast, 6 months versus 2 years from the devs. Yeah, I think that is total bullshit. But yeah, put it in the OKRs. No big deal. I had never heard the term OKR until I started working at GitKraken. Never existed on any of the products I've ever worked on. But I've never worked at like product companies. Yeah, no, OKR is more like goals, whereas KPI is like the metrics, right? You have to tie an OKR to a KPI, but like KPIs can exist without an accompanying OKR. So I think there's slightly something different there. So KR. Okay, sure. I forget what OKR stands for. Objectives and key results, is that it? So yeah, the key results could be a KPI, right? But it might, like, I don't know. I think KPI has to be more finite, whereas like the KR part could be a little more broad. I don't think KRs need to be numerical. I think, I don't know. Maybe I just misunderstand it, but to me, the key result is normally a KPI, but it could be other things, right? Like, you could have an OKR for fine-tuning the employee handbook, right? What KPI would you get from fine-tuning the employee handbook? Nothing. But you could get a key result that is not necessarily KPI driven, right? So a KPI is just the number. The key result in many cases is how you're going to impact that number. But that's a different thing, right? I think that's maybe one way to really think about it. Right? Like a KPI in and of itself is just the number, whereas the key result is how you want to impact that number. So I think they're slightly different, but I don't think key results have to be KPI based. I just think in many cases they are. In most cases they are. Yeah, but it's an impact on those metrics. It's not just the number itself, right? You may mention like a target, like KPI, but that's still like in the scope of where we're currently at. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a little bit of nuance. I don't think it's like, I just don't think it's right to say they're the exact same thing, right? Like a key result and a KPI. The result is the impact on the KPI. I don't know. It's just my interpretation of it as I'm thinking through. Like, I don't know. I'm not some MBA. Yeah, it's based on the company. That's a good way to put that. That's true. There are no organizations using by the book Agile. Yeah. I mean, technically, they're probably using Scrum, but even then, they're bastardizing Scrum. You know. Okay. So yeah. Want to give Messijo a try? Head over to Messijo.com and sign up for an account. Let us know what you think. Boom. All right, good enough. Wait, should we be tracking the Astro folder? should generally not be committed. Yep. Oh, I have a getting more. Never mind. Let me get more music going. All right, so that should be good. We're going to push that up. Ah, build failed for Whirligig Labs. Why? And what's up, Khalid? Yeah, I'm doing well. How about you, sir? All right, so I need to do an environment variable. All right, do we think it'll blend? Looks like that's building fine so far. So I think we'll be good. All right, so while that's going, let me go pee. And let me pour some more water real quick. It looks like it built just fine. All right, and I'm back. So yeah, site should be live. WhirlyGigLabs.com. Launching Messijo. Messijo, awesome. Okay, so yeah, we've got Stripe signed up. We need to get the production deploy going. We're going to create another server. Messijo prod. I made Stripe live. We have to recreate products and copy some keys, but we'll be doing that here in just a sec. All right, so we're letting this initialize. Okay, cool. And yeah, I'll probably use server.pro to host some kind of games here at some point. We could probably host like Arc from it and some of that stuff. I'm waiting for Arc 2. Because then I want to make some mods for it and stuff. But yeah, GTA 6 might be a better move in the future, eventually. V Rising? I never played V Rising. Is it any good? Yeah, Griffing Theft Auto 6. Yeah. Yeah, that would be fun. Get an RP server going. You have V Rising in your library, but you haven't played it yet. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so now we go to Shell, and we got a bunch of junk to do. All right, we can close. Oh, probably just want to delete that. Close this. Crafting survival games. And yeah, I know you're replying to Ethan. I'm trying to think. Would you consider the new Dune game a crafting survival game? I'm going to guess maybe not, because it's less about survival. I guess more like a crafting base building game. But maybe it counts. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would assume Valheim is one of those like crafting survival games. Like that old Conan game maybe was. I don't know. To me, like Ark is really like the prototype, right? Yes, like Ark, Rust, Valheim, I'm guessing V Rising are all very like similar in that vein. Would you consider Pal World a crafting survival game? It's just, it feels so much less survival-y to me. You would? Okay. Then I guess it counts. Okay. I guess when I think survival game, I think, oh, I gotta manage, like, eating and shit like that. You know? Like, if I don't have to manage hunger, is it survival? I think that's the part where I'm like, I'm getting hung up on the definition. And it's not like it matters, but I'm just curious. Like, what do you consider the definition, right? Like, the thing that separates a survival game from just another, like open world crafting base building game. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not sure. Just a thought. I am open to being totally wrong about it. '90s Tamagotchi kid. There you go. For you, crafting survival has to have tiers of progression for tools and armor, and you need to fight either NPCs or others to progress. Interesting thing there. Yeah, I guess with Pal World, you really couldn't go through playing like a pacifist. You have to catch some pals, right? I feel like you can get pretty far without actually fighting anything, though. But yeah, you do have the towers that you got to take and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, through experience, you get, like, stuff that you can build. You can technically trade. I mean, every item you can pick up, you can find. Like, almost guaranteed. In Pal World, at least. Like, you'll get better quantities of it from animals. Oh, you could even trade for the pals. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you build up enough currency through, non-fighting means, and then you can go buy pals from some of the vendors. That's true. I think it would be a slower route, but I think it'd be interesting. Oh, and Brainless. Hold on. There's a game I recently got the sequel for, but if you haven't played it, I assume if you're into like RimWorld and some of those things, you might like these time management kind of games too. So Punch Club is the first one. And then there's a sequel, Punch Club 2, that I'm currently playing. But it's pretty fun as just like a time management sim. So I just want to throw that out there. If you ever see it go on sale, might be, it might be worth wishlisting. But maybe you don't like the time management sims and you just like the base building sims better. I don't know. It's a fun one though. And yeah, I'm currently really enjoying, like, they call it a sporting management simulation. Not sure how I feel about that, but yeah, these kind of games are fun. Yeah, no worries. Worth checking out. All right, so back to what we're doing. Let's look at our setup script. We got a bunch of stuff to do. So we need to do this one first. And this will help us evaluate how much I've got here in this setup script that is actually correct. And yeah, it's definitely a little too warm. We're at only 28.9, so we're not above 30 here in this room. But it's a little too warm for me to want to cook tonight. What is the weather going to be like, actually? Let me check this. Oh, it gets up to, 84 tomorrow and the day after. So yeah, tomorrow I'll end up doing something cold meal style, right? I got smoked salmon and all sorts of stuff I can do that way. But yeah, tonight it's just chilly enough that I could do Indian food tonight. Because I don't feel like getting the oven going and heating up the rest of my apartment. But yeah. Yeah, tomorrow and Wednesday, I can do nice cold meals. So smoked salmon or shrimp. I mean, this isn't the end of the world. Like, 84 is pretty reasonable. It'll be up to, like, 90 in this room, which sucks, like, tomorrow and the day after, but eh. And then Thursday, nice and chill. These days get pretty chilly. Let's double check what's going into next week. Yeah, temperatures look pretty mellow going into next week. 98 where you're at. Oh, that's miserable. Yeah, that's going to suck. That's really going to suck. AC can't keep up and you're pre-cooling. Yeah, sounds about right. All right, let's continue doing some of this. We'll leave those two. We'll leave those. And yeah, we're back here. You've been at above 40 Celsius during a trip to Italy and you hated it. Yeah, sounds about right. We have gotten like over 100 degrees here in Washington. At least once the past couple summers. I'm hoping maybe this year we just don't. Like, no problem. Like, no big deal. Hussein, where you live, it's 53 degrees Celsius? Yikes, dude. That's getting really close to, like, the limits of what human beings can even survive in, right? You got your first day above 3? Nice. The good news is you can cook outside. The bad news is you're the one cooking outside, as in your body. Yeah, exactly. And what's up at the Dev Man? It has been a bit. Yeah, what you up to? All right, so you got a new job, new projects, new home, been busy. You're in ad tech now. Okay. I mean, kind of accurate for your name, don't you think? Let me get more music going. Wait, hold on. What was the good news? Oh, yeah, the cooking part. Yep. So yeah, you've been doing some fast API, that's Python, yep. And yeah, just trying to like beef up on the AI agent stuff. See, here's the thing. Even with AI agents, I don't think Python is necessary. Like, almost all of these things are scriptable via other APIs or whatever, right? Like LangChain, LangFlow, like all that stuff, right? Like, all of these things are totally, like, usable and doable without having to write Python. Yeah, LangSmith, LangGraph, LangChain, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it does look like, yeah, no, Python is still pretty big. They do have JavaScript SDKs, which is nice. But yeah, no, maybe you're right. Maybe getting better with Python is still the move. Hmm. Yeah, good call. Yeah, Python is probably a good idea. I mean, I get that, but training your own agents and machine learning stuff is doable with, there's TensorFlow JS, there's, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff out there that doesn't force you to be using Python. But yeah, for like other data science, right? NumPy and all that BS. Yeah, I totally get that. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, look at it this way. Melky does mainly machine learning stuff at Twitch, right? I'm pretty sure he uses Go for all that, though. And yes, I said gopher unironically. I didn't even mean it as a joke, but it just happened. It just happened. So wait, you haven't used Python in over 4 years. You were playing around with it yesterday and kept trying to pipe functions like in Elixir. Yeah. Yeah, we've tried to run local LLMs. Let's see. So I'm currently running Qwen 3 30B, and it's not terrible. All right, so I don't know. Let's just do another one real quick. What's something that you would think would take normally a long time that we should test here? What do you think? 64 gigs. If it asks me, African or European swallow. Ooh. That's how we know the AI is sentient. Alright, so they got the reference. I don't think that's true at all, though. Yeah. Yeah, this is a local agent that's just completely making up the dialogue. Why are you making up dialogue that doesn't exist in a film still? You're absolutely right. Dude, it's just so fundamentally wrong. Right, unless you're actually familiar. Yeah, it's just a feedback loop. Stop creating quoted dialogue that doesn't exist. Like, dude. You are still making up the quoted dialogue. Stop that. Like, dude. Like, it doesn't even need to be there. Stop. There we go. Like, dude, it's just so bad. Dude, yeah, alright. So yeah, these things, man, right? They will confidently lie to your face, just like some people, right? This is one of the ones that I've always complained about. Let's see if it actually gets it. Is it going to hallucinate like a put function that has 3 arguments? Yep. Well, hold on. No, so that's fine. No, it does that part okay. And it was the 4 arguments I was thinking of. Maps are immutable, cannot modify them in place. All right. Sure. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not bad. All right. Yeah, this is something that like LLMs used to get really wrong really easily. Like ChatGPT ages ago would hallucinate a 4 arity put function, like map.put with 4 arguments, and it just doesn't work. Yep. Is there a cost benefit to local LLMs? Depends on how much you use LLMs, right? The major benefit is privacy. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know if you know this, but what's his name? The CEO guy, Sam Altman-Fried. The CEO guy recently just pointed out that people don't realize that they can be subpoenaed, or OpenAI can be subpoenaed for the things that you ask ChatGPT, because none of that shit's private. So if you become the suspect of a murder case, they could totally subpoena OpenAI to provide all records of chats that you've had with it. And if you looked up how to dispose of 80 kilograms of rotting beef, you might have a problem. Yep. That's only if you become the subject of a murder investigation, but just saying, it's probably better to not have 80 kilograms of rotting beef in the first place. I mean, it would be some very sketchy soup. No subscription necessary. So the tool LM Studio, totally free. You would then simply go to developer, right? Select a model to load, and we could go download one if we cared enough. I should probably delete some of these that I don't need anymore. But yeah, if you look at like my models here, right? You just download these, and there is no third-party service whatsoever. This is just running them. Same thing with Olama. Olama requires no subscription or anything. Olama is just slightly different. So LM Studio does a lot of the same things that Olama does, but it has this really nice like interface, and it has the chat widget built in. Olama doesn't have any of that. Olama is basically, for the most part, just a CLI tool. Where is it getting the models? That I'm not sure of. They get downloaded from somewhere. Hugging Face, maybe? Yeah, I could see that. Right, so discover. They even warn you which ones might be too large, right? So this one, likely too large for what we're doing. So I don't need the 200 whatever. Probably can't run that, which is fine. But yeah, most of these are likely too large for what I'm trying to do, which is a bummer. Yeah, so DevStroll is a good one. This is from the Open Hands people, I believe. Oh, maybe not. But yeah. So the staff picks, I think, are from Hugging Face, but then the rest of these are definitely from Hugging Face. Like the ones that have like the question mark next to it. Yeah, so, or not the question mark, sorry, not question mark, smiley face or whatever. But then staff pick, we click that. And yeah, it's based on other stuff. So yeah, I think it all comes from Hugging Face. Yeah, it's probably Hugging Face. You're saying Llama 4? Looks like Llama 4 is not available yet. Oh, wait, no, Llama 4 Scout. Yeah, let's sort not by best match, but recently updated. How about that? Yeah, so that one's likely too large. This one is maybe doable, though. See, I could do Scout. Hmm. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like 3.3 is still like the main one. What does it mean by vision enabled? I'm clicking it and nothing's happening. My guess is that it can understand images. Model can process image inputs. Yep. So what is in this image? Type stuff. Which is pretty cool. But yeah, so I don't know. This is LM Studio. Definitely worth checking out at some point. Olama, also worth checking out. I think LM Studio just does a good job of making this a little more like dummy proof. I think it's funny that you can run Gemma locally. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. But yeah, anyway, back to it. Let's close that down. Man, I got some sun yesterday. I definitely didn't sunscreen up nearly enough. I think my neck and like parts of my face didn't get the sunscreen. But yeah, I think we're losing some steam. So let me order some food. We'll have time before it gets here. But yeah, I don't feel like cooking tonight because I don't feel like heating up my apartment too much. I'm thinking Indian food just sounds too delicious. And it's going to be too hot for me to want to do, I don't know, like ordering the fish pakora or anything that I might heat up tomorrow. I'm not sure, Lightspeed. Yeah, go for a walk, make sure you're getting enough vitamin D. I don't know, man. Like, this isn't the place to go for psychology and like psychiatry. If you're really, really feeling down, consider a therapist. I don't know, man. Twitch chat is not your therapist, though. Like, I really want to push back on encouraging some of that. Unless I'm the direct cause of it, for which, you know, I'm sorry. We had that moment the other day. We had that moment with a bunch of people the other day. Is part of that on me? Yeah. Oh, that's a bummer. No, so that's worth chatting about. You got to the acceptance of a job last week and it fell through. Do you want to talk about how or why you think it fell through? Like, no, this is maybe a place to talk about that. I think people can benefit and, you know, like talking about and understanding the interview process is important. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, did they send an offer letter and you didn't get that? And again, up to you. If you don't want to discuss it, that's fine. I'd be willing to discuss that, right? But yeah, like trying to dig into the source of depression, nah. And then how did it fall through? Like, what actually happened? If you want to dig into it, like, totally up to you. That's tough. That's tough. They definitely should have done that check before. Yeah, they should have run that before they sent the offer letter. But yeah, that part's tough. I mean, yeah, it cost them money, but they were at the point where they were like, hey, let's do this anyway. It's just so easy to do the check before the offer letter goes out, but after you've decided to do it. Yeah, no, that sounds weird. That sounds weird. And my guess, like, did you disclose this information during the interview? Because a lot of, like, interview things say, do you have any felonies or whatever on your record kind of stuff. If you were less than truthful about that, then I can totally understand that part. And again, you don't have to say what the thing is. I'm just throwing it out there. I do know that some of the applications have a spot to fill out, like, do you have any felonies on your record type stuff. I don't remember the exact phrasing, but I do know companies. So they never asked. Yeah, that's tougher. And it wasn't on, like, the application form, like Ashby or Lever or whatever. Yeah, that's weird. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, no, that's tough. Yeah, I get that, Lightspeed. I would recommend that if you have experience working with clients, apply to, like, agencies. Apply to contracting companies. Like, as more and more people start vibe coding things that they have start blowing up, they're going to need actual companies to come in and fix these things. So yeah, like, dude, that's like your biggest bet to get into the industry. I don't know how many jobs you've had as a dev, but yeah, my recommendation is, like, fresh consulting type companies, right? You may have to go into the office at the end of the day. Worth it. But yeah, companies like this that, make all sorts of stuff in a bunch of different industries, and they're just an agency. They will take whatever money you want to give them. They're happy to do so. But it also means that they are they are incentivized to pay as little as humanly possible. So at some point, most devs graduate beyond companies like this, which means that there's always churn, which means there's always positions opening up. So it's definitely worth checking out. You know, up to you. But yeah, like seriously, check out companies like this. And there's more than you can shake a stick at. No, so staffing is like you can hire the people from the company. This is more like they have internal teams, you come to them with a project and they will build it. But you're not having these people at the company embedded with your team, right? It's a studio or whatever you want to call it, right? It's a consulting company, like literally, you know, you're just paying the company and they figure out who at the company works on your project. And that is a very different thing from staffing companies that simply find people to place at your company and they get like a hiring bonus. All right, let's pour another one of these. This will be the last one of the day, I'm thinking. And yeah, the food's ordered. So yeah, we'll probably be ending stream here sometime within the next hour. That sounds like your employer? Maybe? No, staffing companies are more like you're hiring and they have a list of devs that they can place at your company. Right? And if the employee stays there long enough, then the staffing company gets a fat, like, signing bonus. Yeah, no, so Brainless, I'm thinking that's a different thing. Yeah, not the same. Yeah, that's what a staffing company is. You're at what is a consultancy, but you may be like an embedded consultant versus like an internal consultant. And the embedded thing is simply like, well, as a consultant for the one company, you're still employed by the company that is like the consultancy, but you might go into the office for the company that is paying them, right? And that's very common as like, you know, like as vendors kind of work at like Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't need staffing companies, right? But they are more than happy to pay for third-party contractors that are simply there working a contract through a consultancy, basically. So there's a slight difference there. Contractors are never like fast-tracked to be hired. They're just there to augment the capability of one company. All right, so yeah, we did that part. Setup Nginx, that part comes maybe later, but we want to add a user called dub. Or do I have to actually have a password? Dub, dub, dub. Ooh, there you go. Our clone will wait on. We can do a cron tab for the dub, dub, dub user. Let me do this. Let me make sure I'm not showing anything. Yep, we're good there. I can switch back. Yeah. So now certbot stuff. Need to add snapd. All right, I don't want to run all of the Nginx stuff yet. We do have Postgres. Yep. All right. So then what we want to do here is this is staging, build and deploy. We might want to change like the prod flags here. I don't think we have to yet. We do want to bundle it. Yep. Yes, and then vars prod host, vars staging host. All right, so then we go to GitHub. Oh, hey, thanks, Hussein. Just saw that. Appreciate you. Thank you for that follow on the GitHub. Hold on, but that's on vars. I forgot to actually document the SSH step. Right. when I've got these backwards.
This is medieval time!
All right, so we did that part. Ooh, and you know, I'm gonna leave where we're at. It looks like my food is gonna get here sooner than I was expecting. They're saying 10-ish minutes from now. So yeah, they're picking up my order. So we gotta go figure out who we're gonna go raid. And yeah, thanks again for the sub there, Ad the Dev Man. I almost forgot to mention that. E-commerce website setup. Yeah, let's go raid Nervix. Yeah, I'll be over on gaming for anyone that wants to hang out. It'll be a co-working day. I got a bunch of like writing to do, blog post wise. I'll be eating some Indian food tonight. I don't know what show we're gonna watch. But yeah, food's getting picked up as we speak. So we're gonna go say hi to Nervix, see what they're doing, and I will see y'all again soon. Watch Scrubs? If it's on Tubi TV, maybe. Even then, I think there's other shows I'd rather watch, but yeah, we'll see. All right, so let's go see what Nervix is up to. They are building an e-commerce website with Python and React. So yeah, I'm going to click that button. Everyone here on YouTube, thank you all for watching. I'm going to end the YouTube a little earlier than the others, but thank you. See you later. I'll be back here tomorrow. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. So have a good one.